Lastly, we go to visualization, which we go to see the display chart and maps. So during the morning session, we go to Memo, import, explore, and code. After the lunch break, we go to query, reflex, and visualization. So what is Nvivo? Nvivo is qualitative research. So basically, it's the process that we can do to organize our folder, analyze and visualization the information, such as from Word document, PDF, video, social media, and then Vivo also cover topic and uncover the trend, and then the visualization tool able to create diagram, chart, and map. And we also can present our analysis discover from this Nvivo. So this is the features in the Nvivo, which is the data here on this Nvivo able to import. The additional is SPSS, bibliography, some of the image, and next one is Nvivo able to organize our folder, and then able to do the code, have a node and relation. For the classification, we have the file classification and case classification, and we able to do the memo and annotation for each of our article, our data lah, basically what we import. So we able to do the memo. For the query part, have file that we will go through. That's one is the text, and then word frequency, coding, matrix code, and lastly the cross tab. For the visualization part, as I mentioned, that is I have the chart and map, and also have the cluster analysis. So data basically are able to get any language, but certain of the features such as the transcribe data we go through, some of it have some restrict because Malay language does not support yet. And this is the example. You can see the map, chart, and the cluster analysis. So basically, if you're interested to buy or upgrade your Nvivo, you can always to email here to sale@stackworks.com, or you can directly to our salesperson, which is Kumar@stackworks.com. If you have anything problem regarding the Nvivo, you can always go to tech support@stackworks.com. So anything regarding after this training you have problem or anything, you can always email us techsupport@stackworks.com. So I have finished it, and I will start my demo session. Sharing. So here I have shared the link to you all to download the data. This data we will use in this training, sample data. You can download it and unzip the folder and put in your desktop. If you does not have the installation for Nvivo yet. This is another link for download, and you can try use the trial. I will give some 5 minutes for you guys to download the sample data, because sample data is important because we will use this during training. Yes, to download the project.
Cik Adira? Adira?
Ya.
Saya sudah download software ni.
Ya.
Yang kategori ni dia terus select tapi tak ada pilihan diberi. And then software license type quantity apply. Macam tak apa. Sorry
Sekejap ya, saya tengok dulu ya.
Lepas tu dia suruh dengan
kena download zip tu untuk pergi
ada berada daripada link yang dibagi kat sini. Nak kat sini. Apa yang
Puan, tadi dah okey ke Puan?
Assalamualaikum Cik Adi.
Ya,
Saya Prof Guys. Tak boleh download sebab Safari tak bagi. Saya pakai Mac.
Ini untuk download sampel data ataupun link untuk
Link yang you bagi tu.
link yang saya bagi yang untuk sampel data.
Ya.
sampel data boleh je pakai kat Mac sebab dia zip file.
Dia kata no application open data file.
Biasanya boleh je kalau sebab saya simpan benda ni dalam zip file.
Puan tak boleh download langsung ya? Sebab kita orang punya data ni dalam zip file.
Lepas tu just extract je.
Yang participant yang lain boleh ke?
Saya tak boleh. Saya ada WinZip tapi tak boleh buka juga. Boleh ke kalau scan satu-satu? Satu file dulu.
Awak bagi apa file ni? Awak bagi file ni kat saya.
Ini. Okay. Sebentar ya, Puan dan Prof.
Okey. Saya dah cuba 3 kali lah, tak boleh.
Hello.
Ya,
Hello, selamat pagi.
ya, satu dulu.
Ya, untuk nak daftar software tu, cik kena pilih untuk state tu Selangor. Campus tu pilih UiTM Shalam. Department Pembelajaran Pembangunan Infrastruktur. Kategori Nvivo. Software adalah public Nvivo. Lepas tu license adalah individual. Lepas tu dah masukkan nombor computer prank dengan computer seri number.
Still cannot, and I am not from Shalam.
Hello, Doctor. This was told by the from the Shalam. Actually, they asked us to choose Selangor, regardless of any campus.
Okay. Proceed even though I download.
Hello? Kenapa?
Jadi dia ingat sebab kita kan ada sekarang kata bagi masuk
Is everybody able to download and extract the data so that I can start now? Okay. So right now, this is the Nvivo when you click, if you are using the Nvivo 12. So Nvivo have the Pro and the Plus. For the difference between the Pro and Plus, all the features have in this both, but the different Pro and Plus have the auto coding. So we will see the auto coding later. So you will see the difference when using the auto coding. So
Cik Adira,
saya
boleh tak Cik Adira share link untuk data dan chat
share lain sekali. Boleh?
kat chat.
Yes, Plus is better than Pro because Plus is I have the another extra which is auto coding. When we see later during this training,
If you go to
yes, you can change the Pro to the Plus. Just click the file here and then we click the option. And then you can see the edition here. From Pro, you can switch to the Plus. Did you get? Do you able to change it? And then you just
No, can you repeat?
okay. I will repeat. So here you go to the file. The top here, you can see my mouse, right? This one file here, you click, and then after that you go to the option right here, and then you wait until some of pop up here application, and then you will see here additional. You're able to drop down list have two options which is Pro and Plus. You can switch from Pro to the Plus. You click the Plus, and then you just need to click OK. Are you able to do that?
We have no
because it depends on the license key that you.
And also it depends on your license key when you purchase. Right now you purchase the Nvivo 12 Pro. If everybody okay, I will start for demonstration, our training today. So this is the interface for Nvivo 12 Plus. So basically we click the for the Mac, there is no Pro and Plus. It's okay. You can just follow what I'm doing here today. So later, you're able to download the trial and you're able to try the features in the Nvivo 12. But for the new release for Nvivo, it is just the same, just different for the interface. In the chat box, I have shared the installation for Windows and Vivo. Welcome. So So I will give another 5 minutes for you guys, whoever you want to download and using the trial. Yes, fine.
Saya boleh je guna Nvivo 12 dengan Nvivo 13.
You can install the use the full version. No need to uninstall, just install it. For permohonan for Nvivo ATM, I'm not sure. You need to ask your ATM person in charge.
Apa-apa yang kaitan dengan
The latest link that I share is the Mac and Vivo for Mac. For why I share the link, the installation part is for trial. You can use for trial. No need the license key. Please use plus. And the latest one link I share is for installation for Windows. Welcome.
Apa? Simple project ni.
For Pro and Plus, there is no difference. All the features is the same, but the difference is auto coding. Pro does not have auto coding, but for Plus have the auto coding.
Nak pakai yang tak.
Itulah.
Tak faham.
Pro tak ada auto coding ya?
There is much difference between these two versions.
Hi, just now I shared another link for Mac. Sorry for visited copy the link. Right now you can get the Mac installation. Yes. Of course, I will share during this training. We will go through for the auto coding and then we can see the difference. Yes, you need to download the file, that sample data and unzip the file. So in that data, you will be able to see this folder. Please choose the plus. There is limitation for trial. As you can see, the screen that I share, for Nvivo transcription, you available to use the 15-minute early. For example, you have video that have duration 20 minutes, but it's only able to do early 50 minutes only. So this trial only give 19 days.
Oh, buat dulu lah. Tanya sangat.
So right now, if everybody have the data and have where to install, then we will go to start our demo,
Apa tadi?
our training today. So first, as you can see here, we click the blank project and then have pop up. You able to see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Then you just for today project we can name it as training or whatever you wanted to name it for this project today training. So if you have any other description or detail you want, is option is up to you guys. And this is the where you browse and where you want to put your project. So I suggest you to go to the sample data and save this project in the folder sample data. So easier for you to see later. After we save, we go to here. You can see here they have interface. So in this part, you can see that my have the data here. This is a file. This is file classification and external. So this one when we always use the file here to create folder, and here we will see the item that we put in the folder. So right now, how you want to create the folder? So right click here, and then you see the new folder, and then you create folder for article. For article, if you have any description, you always can put here. It's optional. So you click OK. So what I suggest for you guys is to create. For this one is for audio, image, interview, literature. So it easier because Nvivo able to manage our folders. So I put here image. I will create file and then later I will give you some time for you to create your folder. Yes, I will.
Nak tanya kalau yang nak create new folder,
Yeah.
video data boleh masuk ke?
Maaf ya, boleh ulang balik semula? Can you repeat?
Video data.
Video.
Video.
So right now, I just wanted you to create a folder. Later on, we will add on what the data source from each of these folder.
Soalan saya, data source daripada video boleh masuk ke?
Ini masuk. Dalam training ni saya akan tunjuk cara nak masukkan, cara nak edit semua. Nanti kita akan go through in this training. Okay. So after we create article, image, interview, video, and we create another PDF folder. We create for social media. So I will give you some time to create all this folder. Yes, I will repeat again. So, if you can see here, in the left, you can see the data and the file. Okay, right now you put your cursor here and then you right click and then you find the new folder and then you click new folder. After that, you name it as I mentioned earlier, article, image, interview, PDF, social media, and video. So after you name it here, you just click OK and then the folder will have in here. Are you able to do that? Okay, I will give another minute for you guys to do it. So I suggest you, because you click the plan project, so maybe when you install it, so you need to uninstall and install it back. Yes, I will repeat again how to create folder because we need to organize. So in here, you can see the file and then you just put your cursor here, right click, and then you see the new folder, you click the new folder and you name it as article, image, as in this here left, and then you just click OK for each of this folder. So I assume that you all already done creating the folder here. Then you just click right here based on what you have created just now folder. You click interview and then make sure on the right side here in the top here it say the interview as you name it the folder lah. And then after you make sure this is the interview, just right click. We wanted to import the data, so we choose the import item and then click. After that, you need to find sample data that you just extract just now that I shared. So you just go and find the interview. So you click here. And then you're able to see the Barbara, Charles, Dorothy. And then you select all. After you select all these file, and then you just click open. After that, something pop up like this, import file. And then you just click import. Wait for a while and our data will be in this folder. Okay, I will repeat. So right now, you just need to see the file here. As you have created the interview file, you click the interview file, and then you see here, you will see the interview, and then here you need to do is right click, and then you find the import item. After the import item, make sure you find the folder that you saved earlier, that you extract sample data advanced. In here, you just see interview, and then you double click it, and then you will see all this file. You select all, and then after that you just click open, and then something like this will come out. You just click import, but I just import it, so I will cancel. So right now, when we able to get the file here, right now we will do the memo. So we double click here, Barbara file, and then in Barbara file, as you can see here, for example, in this folder, you need to click to edit first. After that, for example, you will see the statement, my family moved here when I was 2 years, and then you want to summarize all of this file. So you just right click here, right click here, and then you see the links, and then you see the memo, and then you just click link to new memo, and then something pop up like new memo, and then you just name it, for example, memos for Barbara. So this is the overall summarize you want to do for this file named Barbara. So you just click OK. And another file here, as we name it as Memo Barbara, here you can just put note, this is memo for Barbara. Or you want to summarize all of this file, you also can do here. Okay, I will repeat back. First of all, from here, interview, you double click the Barbara until Barbara file have in here. And now you just highlight, for example, one of the sentence. You just right click. After you right click, you can see the links, and then you wanted to do the memo link you need to find, and then you need to find link to new memo because you need to create. For me, I have created it, so it have option open link memo.
Adira,
Yes.
ada few question dekat chat box.
Now, do you have download the sample data that I just give? Yes, yes, you need to download the data, sample data, the link that I share. So I will give link. You can download. For that problem, there is some of installation problems, so you need to uninstall it and install it back. So right now, this is what we create for Memo for Barbara. So I will show another one. So we click for Charlie's. So we double click again. This is how to create Memo. So we want to do Memo for Charlie's. So we just highlight and then we just find the links, Memo links to new Memo. And then we click and then we name it as Memo, for example. And then we just click OK. And then here is the file that we can summarize overall for the Charlie's. That is for the how to create the memo. So we close it all. And then we open Barbara back. First thing we need to click to edit. For this part, I will show the annotation. For example, we understand this sentence. So right now, this paragraph say that Barbara moved when was 2 years. So we want to some highlight of this. We want to identify this paragraph. So we have to right click here. This one will pop up after 50 minutes. You have do your project in Nvivo. So you just click OK to save your project. For Nvivo, for annotation, you just find the new annotation here, click, and then something will have in this below annotation part. This will summarize one of these paragraphs. So that I understand that this paragraph is said about Barbara move. So I just say that Barbara move 1969, for example. This is annotation. So when you read another file in here, you wanted to highlight this paragraph. So we just highlight this part. So we understand it's part-time. It was Barbara job for part-time. So you just right click here. You just find the new annotation. And then you click here, annotation. And then here you will see that Barbara got job. For example, to understand this paragraph, summarize it. So different between memo and annotation is memo is summarize the whole file, but annotation is we just select some of sentence, for example, or paragraph. We want to summarize that. I hope you clear with memo and annotation. So I will give another minutes for you guys to try and to do for another paragraph, or you want to do another interval name, for example, Dorothy, or you want to explore?
Assalamualaikum Cik Adia.
Ya, Waalaikumsalam.
Saya guna Nvivo yang download daripada UiTM.
Okey.
Okey. Tadi saya buka ni Annotation. Kemudian dia keluar apa dia tu auto code dengan range code tu.
Itu saya tak sure sebab itu daripada pihak UiTM. Harap-harap puan yang conduct ni boleh menjawab ya.
Oh, kita ada dari pihak UiTM dalam kami ke untuk bantu?
Sebenarnya bergantung dengan UiTM tu sendiri. Sebab kalau UiTM tu beli pro license, which mean participant semua dapat pro version lah. Which mean pro version dia tak ada auto call.
Saya tengah nak kongsikan dengan pihak Info Contoh sebab Info Contoh yang bagi software semua participant.
Ya, betul. Di UiTM ni semalam ada satu link untuk kami download Nvivo dari UiTM. So, saya fikir mungkin ramai yang dah download. Cuma berbeza beberapa features dalam version yang kami download dari UiTM dengan yang Cik Adira gunakan untuk demo kat sini lah.
Assalamualaikum. Saya baru discover ni yang untuk UiTM punya kebanyakan dia punya information yang untuk yang link tu right click tu semua tu tak keluar, tapi kalau you tengok dekat atas dekat tab tu dia ada kat atas tu, boleh guna kat situ.
So I hope you're clear with this part. Let's say that you have open projects. Now that we will continue. For example, do you want to put, for example, one of the Barbara here content is the same with for Charlie's, for example, you want to link this Barbara file with the Charlie's. So you need to highlight, for example, you detect that this sentence is related with document Charlie's. You highlight this and then you right click and then you need to find the links. And then after links, you see also link. After that, you see also link. You see the new, see also link. And then pop up here will appear, and then this is from file that we select the sentence, file interview Barbara, which is we select, and then this is part where we want to link this Barbara file. So we just select here.
Can you move to one?
Sorry for the technical issue. For right now, I will be using the Nvivo 12, but after lunch hour, I will using the new Nvivo. So right now, we will proceed for using the Nvivo 12. Sorry for the issue. We'll be able to get it back for the new Nvivo. For Memo and annotation, I will repeat back. Memo is for summarize all this file for Barbara. You want to summarize this file. But for annotation is you just select here. You want to understand this particular select part. So you want to do like some note in here. For example, as you can see, that Barbara feel like a local. So you just right click link, you just right click new annotation because you want to do the annotation. So you can say that whatever this selected paragraph, what is mentioned. So you want to say that Barbara feel local. So you just put some of that notes. Right now, I will show back to you this Barbara. For example, this one that I understand that is have related with Charlie's file here, as you can see the interview. So we have to right click here and then we have to see the links, see also link, new also link. And then right now here is the Barbara directory. And then for this one, we need to select which file we want to link. For right now, we want to link for Charlie's. So we click here and then file here, we need to see the interview. And then we understand that this paragraph is represent related with the file Charlie's. So we click Charlie's and then we just click OK. After that, we have to make sure this is for the Charlie's and then we just click OK. You will see the different highlight here. The highlight pink is for understand us that this sentence is linked with Charlie's. So I will repeat again. If you have some of the document file in here that related with another document here, for example, Dorothy, yes, just click yes for save our project. For example, I understand that this link is related with Dorothy. So what we can do is we highlight here the sentence, we right click here, and then we link, and then we see also link, and then we click new see also link. And then from here, we need to verify this is the directory Barbara. And then here is we want to identify which is the file that related with the sentence we highlight just now. So we need to select here. We understand that this file is for interview. Dorothy is same as that. We just click here for expand and then you see the for the interview and then you understand that the sentence is linked with Dorothy. Just click Dorothy and then you just click OK. And then here, if you satisfied with you, the link, and then you just click OK. And here below, you're able to see this sentence is linked to Dorothy. This is how you link from one file to another file with the related sentence. I give you a minute that you can try and explore.
Cik Dira, saya nak tanya. Tujuan kita link ni sebab ini sama.
Minta maaf ya Puan, boleh ulang balik sebab suara Puan tersekat. Ya betul. Ini contohlah kita ada 2-3 artikel yang kita baca konten dia lebih kurang sama. So artikel 1 dengan artikel 2 konten dia macam lebih kurang sama, so kita nak linkkan dia. Konten sama ataupun benda tu macam ada kaitan untuk rujukan point. So this link is to link this sentence to another file. I hope this answering your question. So I think that I already done for the memo and annotation and also link the file. So I continue with on how to manage the PDF file. So right now we go to the left part file here that just now we created, and we go to PDF file here, we click PDF, and then you make sure here have the PDF. Yes, if you want to take file, we can take file for a while and then we continue with the PDF. So I will continue for PDF file. So here in the files here, you need to click the PDF, and then in the PDF here area, you just right click to import file. So you find the sample data file. So we find the PDF file. After that, you select all the PDF file, and then you just click open and then import. It is just the same as we import the interview. For this one, we just close all of this. So we can double click to see our PDF file. For PDF file, if you want to select one of the sentence here, what we need to do is we see the top here, PDF, and then you can see the region here, and then you click here. This will enable us to select the words or sentence that we want. And then, for example, we want to see this code. And then we right click here. And then we see the memo. So we see the links to new memo. This one we want to save for memo for this PDF file, for example. So we just click OK. This one is to do memo for PDF. So this memo will enable us to put everything for summarize for this PDF file. It is just the same as we do for the interview file. After we do the memo, next we will do the annotation. We just right click. We just click the new annotation. Here we can say that, understand that this quote from, we can just put here quote from Ocean, for example. Ocean blueprint. So this part have been highlighted, and here is our annotation for this part. We want to understand this is quote from Ocean Blueprint. This is for annotation. For PDF, we have done for the Memo and Annotation. Next, what we will do is we will proceed for image. So we close all this PDF file here. Here we go see the left part, data file, and we find the image folder. We click here and then make sure image here. And then what next we will do is right click and then we import item. So like always, you go to the sample file and then you find the image. For example, we want to do this image, so we select this image and then we open it. And then like always, we want to import, we need to click import. Here is the name of the image, but if you want to change the image, it's up to you. So for me, it's okay, so just click OK. When our image here, we double click it. Before we want to edit or what, we need to click to edit. I hope everybody are able to open image and import the image. For For image, we will continue. So, using your mouse here, you just create box, and then you right click, and then you find the insert row. Then here, you will see this is the coordinate that we have create the box. Based on here, we can say that the water is blue. For example, you want to mention that this part of image, this particular part, you want to say that water is blue. For example, I will show another one. For example, you want to highlight this particular part image. So we just select here. And then if you don't want to right click here, you can see also the up here. So you can able to insert. So it just the same. So when we click insert row, it able to show the coordinate, and then we understand that this part is for show the green color. For example, you want to take note that this part is a green color. For example, do you want to comment here is for the up or above? You can just select anywhere you want in that particular picture, and then we'll right click, so it will add another row here. So you able to put your content, what is this particular part is describing about what. After you understand image, so we will proceed for video. So you just close this image. So like always, you need to identify the folder that you have created here. So right here, file. So we click the video part. Ya, betul. Untuk analisis image, kita perlu insert role untuk part tertentu dan kita boleh highlight certain part tu untuk ada konten apa. So right now we will continue to do the video. I hope everyone able to do the image. So right now for the video, just as the same as previous that I import the file. So right click, import file, and then we go to the sample file and then we find the video here. And then for this one, we click can video and then we click open. And then like always we click the import part. So pop-up here will come out. So you want to edit the video name, you also can change it. So if you don't want to change anything, so you just click OK. Okay, we have uploaded our video here. So we double click, we want to see the video. I hope everybody can import this video.
What is it?
When you are here, first thing you need to do is click to edit. So I will introduce that this one is the three button that you need to know. First one is you just normal part, you want to click. But this one is you want to play truly when you want to transcribe this what video have talked about. And then this is also transcribe, you can pause and play during you do the transcript. So right now, before you want to start or anything, you need to click this one if you want to transcribe what is Ken talking about. This is video about Ken. So you click transcribe here. Okay. After that, you play this video here button, play / pause. You need to play it. Play. For this one part, if you want to stop and want to subscribe until this minute, you just click button stop, and then it will come out when the video start and when the video stop. So you want to highlight that this is introduction about trend, for example. What is video talking about in this duration time? I will show one again. If you want to do this, first thing, you need to click to edit here. After that, you just click transcribe here. And then when you want to start the play video, this one next another will come up for next minutes that continue from, and then if you wanted to stop and wanted to put this part content based on this duration part, you stop here and then will come up from the minute start and until start, and then we can put here content what is actually can talk about.
Kalau bagi full permission tak boleh. Dah try tanya yang Memo tu kan? Ya, dia tanya kata memang kena admin juga nak settlekan.
Give you some time to try it, to do this part video, to do the transcribe. So we will continue right now. So when we do this, we understand that we want to do some extra For example, we want to understand can tone, for example, what tone that you use, example, expression, whether can is sad or whatever. So this is one content, and we want to add another column which is identify detail about this video. We want to add on speaker, for example. This is Ken talking about Ken talking, and it's another person talking, and then the tone example and expression in this video. What we need to do is file, and then we go to project properties. So what we go after we get this project properties, we click audio and slash video because we are right now using a video. So we want to add on another column. So we need to click video because we are using video. We want to add the column in video. So we click new. So just now we want to add another column called speaker. We want to detect whether this person is Ken is talking, and then there is another person named Henry, for example, is talking in that video. So this is one column we want to add. So we want to add another column, for example, name is tone. So we name it as tone. And then, for example, we will also want to know what can expression, for example, in that particular video. So we just click another new part here. So we put it as expression. After that, just click OK. After that, you can scroll here. After you see the time span, after you see content, then you will see the speaker, tone, and expression that you have added here. So here, for this minute, for example, for the speaker, I'm sure that first part is Ken, the one is talking, and then the tone is, I can say it's happy, and the expression also look calm. For example, this is detail that you can add on to understand more about this particular video. Okay, I will repeat again. First, you need to go here, file. You click this file. After that, you click file. You find the project properties. After that, something like this will pop up, project properties. After that, we want to edit the audios or videos, so we click here. After we click here, we identify that we want to add column video, right? So we click video. So in here, we want to add another column here. So we click new. If you want to remove also, you just click here, remove. It will remove. We give you some time to try this, and we want to add another column, for example. For transcribe, I think did you have click this part, click to edit? If you have clicked the edit, maybe you can see here play mode button. The third one, you click here to enable for you to able to do the transcribe. And then did you manage to make yourself able to do this transcribe? I will give you some time.
Yanira, yang play mode tu untuk apa ya?
Make sure dia orang kena to edit untuk buat benda.
So if you want to use this button, first thing first, you need to click to edit here. If you not click to edit here, and then this button is when you click here, this is to enable you to do transcript. If you did not click here, you cannot do this part. This is just to play as a normal, but you cannot do the transcript.
Transcript, you mean as a transcription of the oral data. Is that the one?
Yes, right now we manually transcribe. For example, you have a video, some of the certain range, you want to transcribe it, and then you want to understand this is for the introduction. So this is some of the extra variable that you can add. For example, speaker who are talking right now in this duration. For example, can you also can identify tone or anything else you want to add on.
Stop sharing.
Stop sharing. Tapi kenapa dia tak boleh still not active?
Mana?
Orang tu dia tak aktif dia punya play button tu. Nak cakap apa?
Apa?
Tu tengoklah soalan tu. Already click edit but did not edit.
Make sure. Make sure to click to edit dekat atas ni.
Dah click dah.
Sebab biasanya kalau macam kita situ tak Kita tak boleh. Ni tak edit. So dia kena click to edit.
Yelah, kita tunjuk edit lagi.
Okay je Okay. Share.
Share atas kali tu.
Okay. Okay. Mana? Okay.
Okay, right now, for example, I just close this video first. When I click back this video, as you can see here, this part I cannot use it. But when I click here, click to edit, this button I can edit. So I can able to click here and able to do the editing part. So I will show once again. I will close this video. When I double click this video, this button transcribe will not available for us to do the transcript. So when I click to edit here, only then I can able to use this play button. Okay, for the Nvivo, new Nvivo, that I can see that the interface has some edit and have the tick box here. You need to tick that box. After that, you just click here because the new Nvivo that version you all use that have this one, but you just click that part and then you just play. Can you try? You just click that box, okay, and then you click that this part, the transcribe, and then you just play the button. After that, you stop it. Are you able to done that? Okay, then you can try to do it. So you just need to play and then you until you certify which part you want to transcribe it and then you stop it. I hope you does not have a problem. So right now, if you don't want this column part, you just can delete here. So you just able to delete this row, right click, and then find delete. You can delete this row. You also can delete here, find the delete, and then you delete here. This also, you delete it, and then just click yes if you want to delete the row. So right now, in here, the space video, I want to add another. For example, if you have the transcript that you have done for this particular video and you want to import in this Nvivo, you just have to right click, import item, just as the same. Previously, you just take can transcript, you just click can transcript, and then you just put import. And then you put OK.
Minta ulang Cik Adura yang nak merge transcription dengan video.
So, if you have transcript, I will show once again. So, for example, this part, you want to import, to put here, I will show another way. So, you just import row, you're able to find this. You can see this part, you will find import rows. And then after that, this will pop up, and then you just browse, and then this part you also import can transcript, and then we click open. This part we need to create one transcript for each, which is we want to by row, so we click table row, this part. This is the preview file that we import. After that, you preview it, you can see here. For the time span, this is from the original row from the Nvivo. This part is from the file that we import, so we need to identify it. For example, in this particular file that we import here have the time span. This is also have the time span. We just click it. And then, for example, content here in the Nvivo. And then this is the transcript that we import just now. Also have the content. So we just click here and then we click content. And another one is for the speaker. So we click speaker. And then we just click OK. This one is to merge it. But for the tone and expression, we did not identify in the transcript. It will be not have in here. it will be blank and you can edit it manually. I will show one again. If you have the transcript and you want to put in this row, you need to see here in the top, and then you find the import row. You click import row, and this will pop up, import transcript entries, and then you browse, and then you choose from the sample data from video, and then we see the can transcript, and then we open. In here, we know that this is the table row, so we pick the table row. This is our preview data for can transcript. After that, in this field, we need to match again with the Nvivo variable field header with the transcript field that have in our file that just we import here. So for the time span, we also have the time span for our file. So we just click here, we pick the time span, and then for content, we also have content in our Nvivo row column. So we click the content. For the speaker also, we click the speaker. After you manage to match it up with the table row, and then we just click OK. But I have just import it, so I will just cancel it because I already put the transcript here. For this one blank, because in our can transcript we have only content and speaker. But for the tone and expression, you can always edit manually. I'm sorry, what interface that you cannot get? May I know this row interface or for import row interface? For this one, may I know which interface that you cannot? For for import rows from Nvivo.
Import, speaker, video. Mungkin dia kena scroll ke bawah.
Okay, for the new Nvivo, I can see that there is another part here. You can go further. You need to click until you find the import rows. After that, you click the import rows. You able to find the import row? At the tab here. At the tab here, you need, if you, okay, I will wait. Okay, if you able to find here, and then you able to find the import rows, so you just click another part here So you can see another option here. If you're able to find that import row, so you need to click the import row until you find this interface. Can I know which same page layout? For this one, you want to add the transcript. Do you able to browse and import the canned transcript? Is it here? So right now, can you able to do the table row? Encik Abdul Rahman, did you able to manage to do which part that you cannot find? Yes. That mean that you have not upload the video, is it? I'm correct. Sebab dekat my layout ID different.
Yalah, nampak lah. Awak jangan lain sangat lah soalan tu.
So after that, we have done for the video part. So we just click here. So right now I will continue to extract data from social media. So first we need to go here. We will extract the NST. So I will give link for you easier to get this data. So if you manage to search the same article that I find from the NST part, so what you need to do from here, you need to make sure and capture for Nvivo is there. If the end capture Nvivo is not there, what you need to do is from the Chrome, you need to find the three button here. So you click more tools and you click the extension, and this particular part you need to enable it to make sure you are able to extract from the article website. So if you have done it, so right now you have this here. So this we have two options. First one is web page as PDF and another one is article as PDF. You will see the difference is here. When we click the article as PDF, it will show only the words. But when we click the web page, we will extract all of the image of all of this, like the whole thing. So right now, we just need to extract the word. You just have to click article as PDF. Yes. So what you need to know here first you need to have the end capture. So you go here, the top right here, you see the Chrome one. So have 3 button here and you go to more tools. After that you go to the extension. In here you need to scroll until you find end capture, so that you need to enable it. After you enable it, and then you go to an SD part, and then here you choose the article as PDF, and then we click capture. This is how we extract data from article website. So as you can see here, we have managed to capture it. So after we capture it, show in document. So if your files is in the download, I suggest you to put it in here. As you can see here, there is Nvivo capture, or you also can directly put here and then you just put here, so it will make easier for us to import in Nvivo later. So after we extract, so we go to Nvivo here. So this part is for article, so we click the folder article. Like always, we want to import, we right click here, import item. And then we go to sample data. We go, yes. I will show once again. So we click the file here, article, and then you make sure this is the part article. So you click the import. This is for and capture part. So you need to import from here. You need to make sure. And then from here, we click here. We put in end capture. So we click for the end capture. We click OK. Just now we click for untick because we don't want all. We just want that the one that we download just now, we extract just now. So we click that growing with environment. So we just import. And here is our extract using the end capture. So here is our data. In here, you can also do the memo, you can do the annotation. This is how you want to extract from article website. So next one is our
Ira,
yes.
tadi laju sangat lah. Boleh ulang tak?
Boleh?
Okay, thank you.
So as the link I have shared to you, you just go here article and SD, and then you need to make sure and capture have here. So we have the two option, web page, and another one is article as PDF. So we choose the article. We can see the difference here, which is the extract only the words, but when we click the web page, it extract all these things. But I wanted to show you the article part. So we just choose the article as PDF, and you just need to click the capture. And then the capture we show here. So I suggest to you guys to put the thing that you download in this particular file, that sample data that we always use in the end capture, you store here, so it's easier for you to import back in your Nvivo. I hope this is clear. Is it everyone clear? If not, I will repeat one more again. How to extract from here? Okay. You can find. If you cannot find, I will share. You need to download it. So I will share this part link for you. This one you can click and you can install your Nvivo capture. So next, what we can try is we can try to get data from our Twitter. But Twitter, we need to sign up first if you have the Twitter. So in this particular search, so you want to search about environment. So you click environment and this Twitter will refresh. And then, like always, you just need to click the end capture here. So this is also has two options. First one is tweet as dataset, which is this will extract as the table, but this one web page will be extract as PDF. This is the difference. So right now you have to click tweet as dataset, and then like always we just need to capture it. So this will pop up and then we say authorize app. Okay. After that, it will extract this tweet. So in here, you can click here, you can show capture progress page. So you wanted to see what progress have and capture do. So right now he have captured 303. So I just thought it is enough for us to see. So like always, if you have download here, I will suggest to you all to put this tweet in the end capture and then put here. If you does not have Twitter, don't worry, because in this sample dataset, we also have the tweet. So I just want to show how you to extract from the Chrome. If you are able to do this, then we can import our data tweet just now that we has extract in our social media. So we just click for the social media here. So for the end capture, when we capture it, so we need to find the tab import here. Find the end capture. So right now, as we know, the data, tweet data is end capture. So you need to browse here. So we go to the sample data and go click end capture. We just click OK. For now, we need to find the Twitter data. So we just need to tick natural environment tweet search Twitter. And then like always, we just import. This one for the article part, we can just close it and then we can open up this one. As you can see, this is the table that we just extract from Twitter. They have a tweet ID, username, tweet, and time tweet type. And then in here particular, we can see the form. This is for one user. As you can see, here is the ID and here is the form. And then this is the chart. You can see that this is Nvivo able to do this chart to number of reference and the username. And then some cluster analysis. So you can zoom when track this part. We can see that the user cluster by word similarity. This is cluster based on the username, based on what word that the tweet is similar. Next part is also show for the map. Then we can see that from the tweet, we can see that this part, North America, got many tweet from here, and also Asia. Lastly is for the tweet sociogram. This point we can see that the correlation between the user, this user, if there are any question regarding the abstract Twitter data, ya betul. Mesti kena ada Twitter account. Don't worry, if you don't have the Twitter account and if you have the Facebook account, we also can extract from Facebook. So you can open your Facebook here. For example, I want to extract from environmental issue in this particular page. So like always, you just need to find the end capture Nvivo here. So we can choose, for example, web page or article as PDF. Sometimes for the Facebook part, there is some privacy issues, some of them. So I will give a few minutes for you to try for the Twitter and the article part, and then I will continue for Facebook. Regarding that, for the Twitter that you have only the web page and the article PDF, this is based on the extension itself, the tool itself. So it's maybe some of the technical issue regarding this tool. So you can try some another time, maybe that tool is stable. Okay, we continue to extract from data source, which is Facebook. As you can see here, the search, and then you can search, for example, environment, WWF, or whatever that particular page that you want to extract. For example, I want to extract from WWF page. Like always, we need to find the end capture and Vivo here, and then we click it, and then it will come out post as dataset, web page as PDF. So we can choose either these two, and then if we post as dataset, it's just as the same as the data table that I showed just now for Twitter. So we click capture. If you have select your option, capture. After that, if you want to see the progress, you can click here and then show capture progress page. Click here and this will come out. So you will see that this will process the Facebook. So if you have a lot, so you wanted to stop, you just click stop. If you guys do not manage to get the Facebook data, this is example how you want to extract. So in my sample data, this is also have the Facebook data. So I have stored in this M capture. So either one you want to use just now that you extract, like I suggest to you all to put in here. So right now we want to import the Facebook data. So I think we just need to clear this out. In the same folder social media, make sure is for the social media. Like always, for extract using the end capture, first thing you need to find the tab here. You need to click import, and then you know that you extract from the end capture. So you click the end capture. In here, if your directory is not simple data advanced that you store, you can browse here and you need to find the simple data advanced, and you need to click the end capture because that is the one that you store. If you store the end capture. So for example, I have clicked another folder, for example, other data. If you store in the other data, also you can see here. That means I also store my Facebook data in other data. So if you want to get the same data that I'm using, I show again, you can just browse and then you see the sample data advanced, and then you see that other data, you click here because I store another Facebook data in this folder. Okay, just click OK, and then in this other data folder we show type. In this type, we just click for either one lah. Which one have in your data, you just click and then you import it, and then we can see the analysis. So we double click this part for Facebook data. This will show as the table. This is the post ID. This is posted by the username. This is what they post in the Facebook. So right now in this one, we have form, just like the Twitter part. This is the form. This is the cluster analysis. As we can see here, we wanted to know the username, use the word similar. So we can see that NC Culture and Victor William say the same word. And we also can see in the map which is the particular that post ID, that user is from which part. For example, Asia. But just now for the Twitter, we have enough data to see it. But for the for Facebook, we just extract some of the 100. Maybe we cannot see like the Twitter just now. If you want to click, you want to see the Twitter again. So here is the Twitter. That is the difference. It depends on what data we import, and that is the analysis that we can outcome from Nvivo. I give you a few minutes to you try this social media. Sometimes for Facebook and Twitter has some of restrict, for example, some of the page have some of privacy settings, so some of the page you cannot extract it. So you need to pick certain page that allow you to extract the data. If right now you in this analysis for the Facebook, the one that you extract, as you can see, the cluster is the one to cluster. For example, NC Culture and the William, these two person username based on our extract data, it show that these two person use the similar word. For example, they say that nature or sea, so they are cluster it based on the words that they post in the Facebook. This is the outcome. For example, this one particular say the same word, and then it follow with the mat and follow the with this one. So it's totally based on what the user post and what the data we extract. This is what Nvivo able to outcome based on the user cluster by word.
Cik,
Ya.
saya ada satu soalan, tapi ini yang ni mungkin dah awal tadi dah explain. Cuma saya nak tanya, bila kita guna encapture tu kan pada website,
Ya.
ke mana file yang kita capture tu pergi ya? Sebab nak trace balik tadi bila saya tengok masa nak import file, saya tak jumpa di mana website yang dah digunakan oleh encapture tu.
Okay. Contoh tadi kita ada extract NST part, sebab kini kita manage to extract complete because this is one article.
Okay.
Right now, kalau Chrome download, it show down below, right? So we just click here to show the folder. For example,
Oh, okay, dah found it. Yang kat bawah tu
yes, down there because it's normally in download file. And
Okay.
folder you can extract.
Dan kita pindah masuk dalam folder ni lah. Okay, right. Okay, sorry. Baik, terima kasih.
Sama. If you are clear, there is another part for YouTube. For example, YouTube also we want to know about environment, for example. So we just click that part, environment. Environmental issue, for example. So we just take short video, for example. Just pick what your video you want to extract. So basically, for example, this YouTube. So like always, we need to find the end capture here. When we click here, it will have to have three options. First one is video only. The second one, video and comment. And the third one is web page as PDF. So right now, you have to choose. We want to see the video and comment. So we choose this one. And then we just click capture. This one particular part, we can also see the progress here. For YouTube, it may take a longer time depending on the video and the comment itself. But don't worry, you can try this when you finish to get all the status click. So right now, in our data, also have the YouTube. So I just want to show you after we extract here, and then always in the download folder, and then you need to extract into our to make it easier for us to upload and not confusing you, because this is the particular part folder we use during this training. So in Nvivo, this part we close first. And then in here, like always, you need to find the tab import. And then you need to find the end capture. Click end capture. So the folder is the different, right? Because we put the video in end capture. So we need to check the browse. And then we click the end capture. So we click OK. So in this, we untick all this box, and then we find the YouTube part. So this is the natural environment video learning. So we click here, and then always we just need to click the import. So this is part we managed to upload, to import in our Nvivo. Just now, because we have two items, so Nvivo have organized our folder in the social media. As you can see, it have created another folder name natural environment. This is how Nvivo works because Nvivo organize our folder. So if you want to click the video, because we have extract video and the comment, like always, like I just show to you, if you want to edit here, you need to click to edit. You want to edit this particular time. This is for what content you want to edit. And this is the comment section in the YouTube. You can double click. So for this video, only have 2 comments. So you can say the ID, username, comment, which is say the comment is I love the video. So and so on. What other things such as the update time. In here, we can also see as a form. This is the comment for the row number 1. And we can also see the cluster. So right now, there is only 2 comments. So this is true username only. And say comment about the YouTube video. So after that, we just close this video and the comment section. Just now we have learned how to extract from the social media such as Twitter, Facebook and YouTube, and one of the thing is website, which is article. Yeah, betul. For the editing video, YouTube is the same as the earlier that I have shown. Yes, you need to insert row, you need to click the mode, transcribe there, and then you need to play. If you are clear about this part, so next part is for classification. In here, you can see that file, this is all the file that we put, and then the next one we go here, file classification. This is also have case classification. They have 2 things. So the difference between file classification and case classification is file classification is to store information such as bibliography, which is have the title, author and publisher for the document, for example, article or PDF. But for the case classification is to store data like age, education background, gender. And we will go through for the first thing is the file classification. As you can see from the sample data, there is the folder name literature. So we need to another folder here, like the first step that we do to import. So we need to create new folder to import our literature document. So we want to create, just go to the file, right click, new folder, and then we just put the literature like that. After we manage to create the literature folder, like always click here, make sure this title is changed into the literature. So when we want to import, we just need to right click import item, and then from the sample data, you need to identify the literature folder. So double click it, and then we select all, or Control A to select all, and then we click open and import. So after we import, in here is the same. We Control A, we press the Control and A to select all the document in the literature. After that, we right click, and then next is we choose the classification. When we click the classification, there will be option for new file classification. For this part, we name it also as the literature. If you want to create a new classification manually, but for this part, I want to show the predefined classification to the project. For this one, we also know that this PDF is a journal, so you need to scroll until you find the journal article. After we found the journal article, we just click OK. So after that, we can see here from file classification, there will be another folder named journal article. So we click, we can see here. But when we double click, we can see table that have column for author, year, title, and journal. We can scroll to the right to see another things column that we can insert. So for author, we can just double click here until you can edit, and you can say that the author is and then the second author is from Henry, for example. And then we want to assign the year to 5. And then this part 20. This is we do the manually. Next, after we do the file classification, then we will see for the case classification. Case classification, first we close this all, and then we go up here, we find the interview, and then we click. Yes, for that particular file classification is we need to manually edit it and do all this part. So we close because we want to do the case classification. I mentioned that to go to interview folder. When you go to interview folder, just as previous, you Control A, you want to select all this. And when you Control A, and then we just right click. Next, we will go to create as. Create as case. And then we click. And then we assign new classification. In this part, we just put the name interview because we want to do it manually. So we just click interview. And then we click OK. So when we go to the case classification, there is part of interview. You can see here all the Barbara, Charles, Dorothy, and we double click interview. There will be some of the table, the interview name folder, for example, Barbara, Charles, Dorothy, Margaret, Robert. So for this part, we wanted to create it manually. So we want to identify their gender. For column gender here, you want to put, and then another one is you want to manually input for the age group. You want to identify each of the interview. So if we want to add column in this table, we need to go this field here. Just right click one of the interview and then right click and then we open. We find the new attribute here. This will pop up. So we know that we want to identify the interview gender. So we put here name as gender. Next one we go to value. So this one we need to add because we know gender have female. So we assign here female. And another one we add for male. And then we click OK. So Barbara is, we know that is female. And then we know that Charles is a male. So if you want to add another one is group age. So you just click one of these into interview. Name here, for example, I want to click Dorothy. Just click, and then we just click the new attribute. So here you want to do the group age. For example, and then we click OK. Right, just now we did not assign, right? So if you want to edit, we can always go to so if you forgot to put the values just now, you just have to extend the Barbara, for example, and then go to the group age. You just right click and then you can find the attribute properties. This one you can also change your group age. For example, you just want to put the age, but this value you need to add. In here you can say 18 until 30, for example, years. So we add another more, for example, more than 20 years. So we click OK. Have you done this part? Did your interview name Barbara have this different? It's not from the interview part here. This is from this case. You need to find the case classification interview. Is it the correct part? So if you already here, you just right click one of these name and then you can find the new attribute. For example, we want to add another their position. What position they apply? So don't forget to assign the value. So this part will be assigned as share. For example, the position they apply is for share, for example. So here will be the position part. So we can choose the share. If you want me to show one more time how I get this interview in this particular case classification, first thing, you need to go to the interview folder. In here, Control A, and then you just need to right click, and then you need to find classification. Sorry, just Control A, right click, and then find the classification. This part we do for the case classification, we just click here. So this one I create a new classification. But if we add a predefined, we're able to recognize the interview as a person. If you want to click here, it's like you give the title for the this part for case classification, which is the interview. That just now I do. But if you add predefined classification,
If you beritahu lah.
if you click person, there will be here the person. When we double click person, this is have assigned the attribute for column, name, age group, occupation. That is the difference when we create new classification, the option. I will show again the option. We go to the folder, we right click all, and then we do the classification. We pick the new classification, and we can see this first I do it for the interview. The second part is have define the classification project. We choose the person, so that is the difference. So you can see here for the interview part, for the table I need to add the column manually. But for the person, when we do the predefined, we need to double click back to make sure this is the person. So it have identified the column attributes such as name and so on. From this one, we can also, if you want to assign, so we just have to, for example, age, we just to have right click, attribute properties, and then in here, we can assign the value. For example, we want to range 18 until 30 years old. So we just click OK. So in here, there will be another option value that you have assigned. There is two ways to do the case classification. First one is the create manually. So we need to add on the column. But for person, predefined, if have already create column, and then we can scroll and we can see another one. So, for you want to import from another, so you can go to the tab import here. You can from the SPSS file, or you can from the classification sheet here, such as Excel. You also can import the detail into Nvivo. So I will show you guys one more time. Control A, right click, and then go to classification, new case classification, add predefined. So you see that the predefined and the person does not have. I'm not sure because this is based on our Nvivo. Normally, these two options will have in Nvivo. So another 9 minutes before we go to lunch for our break. So after the lunch, I will use the new Nvivo. So later I will show the certain of the interface has difference. And then I hope that I already cover for Memo, which is Memo and notification, import, explore, and the next part we go continue to code and query and reflect and visualization. We will start at 2. Is there any question before we go for break? Oh, begitu. Yes. We should choose the case classification. Only then you have the person. The first one I show the file classification and another one is case classification. I hope the morning session, despite that I show for the import, I hope this clear. Then we will meet again at 2 o'clock. Just I want to remind to you all that after lunch I will using the new Nvivo. use it and try it. So just the same as the Nvivo 12. So for the new Nvivo, if you want to do project, you just click here, new project. So we give title for our training 3, for example. This is where we want to store a project. So I would suggest you to install our project in the sample data advanced, the one that folder that I give. So we put here all. So we click save. And then we go to next. And then we create project. So this part is also the same with the Nvivo 12, which is we have the data. This is the file here, file classification, and then this is the coding that we will go through today, and the case. Just now we do the case classification. So all is the same. For this part, for file, just click close. And then in this space, this is also when you click the file, this is the file. So right now, if you want to create folder, just right click, new folder, and then we rename it as for interview again. We want to upload, I will show you in this new Nvivo. So we click OK. So close this one. So we have created for the interview. We click here. We need to make sure the interview, this part is the title. So right now, just in this empty space, so we right click, we want to import the item. So we go to the sample data and then we click interview. And then just previous that I told you to select all and open and import. We have to wait for a while until the item is here. So right now we have the file Barbara, Charles, Dorothy, Margaret. For this part, I will continue to do the coding, the most important features in this Nvivo qualitative research. So, right now we want to do only for Barbara, for example. So, we double click to open Barbara file here. So, the coding part is in this one, the organize. This one, we see there is this one for the codes. We click code. And then we just close this part. So for the code right now, I want to show code is made by we assign some content from this file. Example, we want to assign, for example, this text or related with it, the content in the file itself, to assign some of the point to the certain thing. For example, topic we want to cater for that part. We want to do analyze. For example, we need to plan what theme is exactly taught in this file. For example, we just right click, we want to create new code. This part is, I understand that right now this file Barbara is talking about economy, for example. So we name it, the first topic we want to understand is the economy. So we just click OK. So here is our notes. If you want to have subtopic for the economy, for example, we just go to the economy part here, right click. Okay, I will show again. from the economy, we just right click and then we just go to the new code and we can give it as agriculture. Okay, so this is the subtopic for the economy. So we just click OK. For example, I think first subtopic in this file is talk about economy, and then another one is talk about environmental issues. So I want to create another part. So just click in here, the empty space here. So right click, new code, and then we will be able to put environmental issues. So we just click OK. I will give you some time to create this note for this is the topic, this is topic, this is subtopic for the economic agriculture. This is what we understand. From this file, we can come out some of the topic and the subtopic. Later, I will show how to find certain point that is related regarding to the topic. Okay, I will repeat back. For just now, we need to, this file, we need to create the folder. For the interview, this is the same step as the earlier morning session. Right now, can you hear me? Yes, I will show from the beginning. So right now, I'm using the new Nvivo. So I will go file here. Okay, file, but we need to create the file. So as I mentioned earlier, in the morning session, if we want to create file, we just right click here, we click new folder, and then we name it as interview. Because I want to use the interview file. So we just put the interview part here. And then we click OK. But for me, I have created it. So here is my file. So when interview here, you make sure when you want to import the item interview, you need to make sure this is the part interview. So you need is to right click to import the item. And then you go find back the folder name interview. And then you double click, you control A to select all the item, the file item, and then you just click open. I will give you some time to do this. Okay, I hope you can do this. So right now, we want to do the coding part. This coding part, we will only use, for example, Barbara file. So we double click to open the Barbara file. In here, we open this space. After that, we go see the left side here. As you can see, here is the coding part. When we see the coding part, we can see the code. And then we click the code. And then here is the code title. This is the space that we want to create our code. I will tell again, this code is to create our topic related to this file that we are using. That I assume that Barbara topic is talking about economy. So how I'm going to create the parent notes here, just in the empty space, just right click here to create the new code. and then we name it as economy. For example, I think another topic that taught in this file is example. So I just click OK. So just now, in this file, we assume that have three main topic, which is economy, environmental issue, and thematic. So right now, I hope you're able to do the parent note, or it's called as the main topic that we understand in this file. We assume that Barbara is talking about economy, environmental issue. I will give you some time to create the note. If everybody okay with the creating the main topic or parent notes here, so I will teach you to create the subtopic. For example, you want to add another subtopic under the economy, just in our mouse, go to economy and we just right click, and then we go to new code, and then we just name it for agriculture, and then we want to see the fishing, for example. So it under the economy. This is how we create the subtopic. Welcome. This is manually we do the code for the notes, that we understand that this file we identify the main topic and the subtopic. For example, when we read this file or example or article that you have read, and then we understand that this sentence is talk about economy. So we just highlight this part, and then you can drag it to the notes. For example, we understand this sentence or paragraph talk about economy, so we drag and put economy. Next, for example, we understand that this part is talking about economy, but it's specifically for agriculture. So we drag this sentence into the agriculture. Based on this one, is have not, for example, we have put the subtopic is not affecting the main topic. For example, I select another sentence or paragraph and drag to the agriculture. So that reference is show that have two, which is from this sentence and this sentence. You can try, we give you some time to try to drag in whichever note that you have created. So for example, I understand that this paragraph or sentence that I wanted to select, and I think this is referring to the environmental issue, so just drag. Just easy. Drag and drop here. This is how we create the main topic and subtopic for this particular file. Next, after we see to do the topic or code, and then next in this coding part have another thing is which is sentiment. We click here. In this part, okay, this is the save reminder for us to, and then we just click yes to save our project. So if you extend here this part, it will show that this is positive, this is very positive, this is moderately positive. So this is the negative sentiment, and then this is moderate sentiment, this is very negative sentiment. This sentiment is for us to analyze. For example, this sentence, for example, is talking about positive. So we just drag because it's just positive, so we just put here positive. But if we understand this sentence is talk about positive, but it's very, very positive, so we just drag here. This is for us to identify which statement and analysis which is the positive and negative. It is the same if we want to add to the negative part. So we just understand that this is the sentence that show negative, so we just drag. I will give you some time to explore in this sentiment that I do in this particular file. Okay, after we have done explore this particular file to do the main topic and understand the statement, next we will do this code using automatic. We do it as a auto. So first thing we need to go to file, and then we need to go to interview because we want to use the interview. Because just now I just do one particular file for Barbara, but this time we do the auto code, so we able to do all these files. So we just Control A, and then we right click, and then you need to find the auto code here. And then after you find the auto code, you click and this thing will pop out. This is the option you can do. First thing is to identify the theme that we have done earlier. Manually identify based on the file, and then identify the sentiment. In this, and we will also give option to identify the speaker name. So you just use the style or structure and use the existing code pattern. But for this time, we use the identify theme. So we go to next, and then we next again, and we need to wait for this autocode to analyze and give the result. So basically right now, Nvivo is trying to give us the suggest notes or topic within this document that we select. So this is the result that Nvivo produced for us. For example, we can see from here that some of the topics that you want, if you don't want to cover, for example, place, you can always tick and just tick back if you want. For example, we want to use this all node, so we just click next and then also next. So this is the part that we able to give name for our file that we have created for this auto code. So I just leave it as the auto coded themes. So we just click finish. So based on here, we can see that this is the auto code themes that we have created in this folder. Just now that we have done this part, and then we can able to see the analysis part here. This is, we can see that from this tree map, we can see that fishing is the most talked about in this interview, and then followed by the water. This is the fishing, and this is the subtopic that talk about. You can see from here, and then we can understand that they have another tab here. You can see from here. This is the hierarchy chart, and then this is the summary. We click here, wanted to see. This is just a summarize for the number of coding reference. This is reference from which node. For example, just now we manually created. So this is the node 1, this is node 2. This is the just numbering the two code. You can refer back. If just now we do manually, this one, if you click the code here, if everybody can click this code, just now we do manually, right? So if you want to remove, just right click here. So if you do the manually, if you want to uncode this, for example, you think this is not part of it, so we just click here and we just click uncode. So we just uncode here. But normally for I've done the manually, so we able to see the code, all of this particular here. This is where the part that we code, such as the fishing, for example. So here, so if we want to uncode, we just highlight this and we just put it uncode. So that is how you wanted to do the uncode. But for the auto code, if you want to remove the tag, is the during that I told you, we go here, interview, okay, and then we go to Control A, and then just right click, we go to the auto code. Just now we pick the identify teams, and then we go next. For the auto code, during this time, do you have the to untick for certain note or topic that do you want to use? For example, if you extend your industry, for example, you just want the industry to focus only for the fishing industry, so you untick this, and then you certified with this topic that you want to cater, and then you just click finish and next. This is for the auto code.
Cik Adira,
Ya.
boleh saya nak tahu apa beza auto dengan coding biasa?
Okay, manually ni kita kena faham file kita dan kita kena ada main topik yang tadi saya cakap, kita kena faham lah. File ni macam kita kena create sendiri, kita kena tahu baca file ni menerangkan pasal ekonomi. Tapi kalau auto code ni, kita just select semua file ni kat sini, and then dia akan manually macam akan detect lah, oh yang ni topik fishing rupanya, water, dan dia ada siap buat kita, untuk kita lah sub topik kat sini. Itu beza dia. Auto code adalah Nvivo tolong identifykan teams kat kita, tapi kalau kita buat manually, kita kena manually buat benda tu. Kita kena faham apa yang kita nak.
Maksudnya,
Ya.
untuk auto code, kita tak payah drag. ayat.
Tak payah sebab dia manually detect. Automatically dia akan produce kat kita topik dan subtopik untuk kita.
Topik tu kita decide awal-awal atau Nvivo yang keluarkan topik.
Itu automatic
Kalau automatic dia akan decide sendirilah. Nvivo akan produce. Ini adalah result kita daripada auto code.
Okey, faham.
Ya betul, kita kena ikut keperluan. Selalunya normally people want to automatic identify the code, the topic or the notes, the code. Sometimes macam Nvivo identify the code, so certain we want to use. So this is for our insight lah. If you want to do manually, double check with the Nvivo. It's just like dua-dua ada benefits. Kita rasa kalau manually tu lagi better dan ikut kefahaman kita, then kita just create note dekat sini and then we just highlight the certain sentence that we think that is talk about economy.
Adira, tanya lagi satu. Tadi yang Adira tik dalam kotak untuk apa ya?
Okay, yang tick untuk kotak tu adalah untuk auto code. Okay, yang tadi ada overall tu semua tu. Certain part kita hanya nak fokus kepada fishing and economy. Sebab Nvivo bila dia analyze semua dokumen dia bagi semua list out possibility for the team. So contoh kalau kita nak buat artikel tu based on fokus dua sahaja benda, and then kita boleh antik yang lain, kita akan fokus kepada dua topik itu sahaja. Itu depend tu sendiri punya analisis seterusnya.
Okey, faham.
Sama dengan konsep text mining. Text mining sebab autocode ni adalah untuk identify dia punya main dengan sub main. Kalau text mining kita just identify certain word, which is kalau text mining depends juga. Contoh kalau kita ada topik dengan subtopik ataupun topik yang related dengan sentence yang kita cakap tu, kita nak cakap dia ekonomi tu pun dia depends apa yang kita nak kat dalam file tu kita nak buat. So basically autocode ni adalah untuk Nvivo analysekan semua team yang possible yang ada dalam data, yang dokumen yang kita select tadi yang dalam interview. And then for the manually code that we do, we need to assign and understand the file lah. Sometimes we specifically want to cater only 2 topic in this file or article. So depend on us what we want to do. So I hope you understand the manual coding and with the auto no coding. So right now, we close this part and then we open back Nvivo. Yes, we save. And then we double click Nvivo. After we open the new Nvivo here, we go to sample project. We click sample project. I will give you some time for everybody to open the Nvivo.
Automatic.
Okay, after we open the sample project automated inside. Okay, I hope everybody open the sample project automated inside. And then we click here.
Okay. Agak kopi juga.
I'm so sorry because we're not using the sample project automated inside. We should use the sample project mati method. So I will wait for you guys to close back the Nvivo and open the sample project mati method. So right now, I hope everybody open the sample project multi-method. I will click and open. Why I'm using this sample project? Because sample project in this have completed to do the coding part, which is that we have done in our project for manual and the auto. And then in this sample also complete about the relationship and the classification that also we have done earlier for the case classification. So that's why we are using this sample to make easier, because this is the like overall sample project complete. So I will continue to explain about the query. So we can see the tab here have the file, home, import, create, but we focus on the explore. So this part have 5 query. First one we will go through is the text search, and then next word frequency, matrix coding, query, and then we go through the matrix coding, and we go through last one is cross tab. So we just click the text search. I hope everybody have the same as me for the text search query here. This part is to search on the words that in your project. For example, we want to know the word fishing, for example, and we want to know the detail about this particular word. For example, we want to identify fishing. So we just, in this box, we just add fishing, for example. And when you scroll this to the right, you can see the option here. So whether you want to exact match about top, or you want to use the stem words, example like talking. So right now we are using the fishing. So we wanted to know exactly about the fishing. So we just use this. But there is another option. So synonym for the talk is speak. And another is specialization is whisper. And the generalization is communication. So this is the other option. But right now we want to know exactly this word is taught in our particular project. After we satisfied with this word that we're going to and this option, so next thing we need to do is select the item. So we click this part and then this will come out. First thing you need to go to the file. So you extend the file here and then you will see interview folder. So click here. So basically, we want to identify the fishing word in this all particular file. So we just click all. Just click all this one. So I will wait for you guys to find the file and interviews and click on this particular file that we want to identify word phishing. After we have clicked and identify which folder and file we want to discover the word phishing, and we just click OK. And then you just need to click the run query. This is the file Barbara. They have 4 reference. This is the summarize what the phishing words have in this particular file. For Charlie's, I have a 5 reference. So we just have in this right, they have the summary, reference, text, and word tree. So we click reference. We wanted to see. So wait for a while to see the result here. So this reference will show you which particular file that identify the word phishing. As you can see here, and then we can see here is from the Barbara file. Okay, after we see and understand the reference where the word phishing come from, and then we can see the text. Text is just directly show the file, and then after that we have a word tree. We click here, and as you can see here, this is like summarize the phishing words and the related topic. Also, and we were able to do the discover here, as you can see. So I will just, yes, there is a lot more commercial. I will give you some time to try. So I assume everybody are able to do and understand the text search. Next, we go back to tap the explore. First we just close this part, or okay, we just close this part. And then we focus for next one is word frequency. So basically word frequency is to see most of the frequent word that used in file, or particular that file you selected. For this part, it is the same as the previous. We select item, so this will pop up. So we wanted to use the interview file. We go to interview file. And then we also click on after we click all, we identify that we want to understand the particular word. So we just click OK. So why with this minimum length? Minimum length is to remove the for example, in the words that have 3 character or 3 to remove. This is also have the option. We want to identify the exactly which is talk. String word that we want to use, the example is talking. Synonym is speak. And then the specialization is whisper. With generalization, communicate. So after you have done the selected item, the interview, and you have selected the exact what you want to, and then just run the query. As you can see here, we identify the word specifically, for example, people. And we can see that have 155 count. So thing, light, just, water. This is the summary that available based on what the interview that we select earlier. If you want to do only 2 particular file, or and then you just click to that particular file. So this is just example how to do this. And then next is we able to see the word cloud. So we click here. It take some time for the word cloud. So here is our word cloud. So if you can see up here, this is the another design that you can try, and you can just easily click here and then this will change. It may take some time. So here is the available design that you can use for word cloud. And then you can see the first word is people, because people is the biggest font in this word cloud. The biggest area. So next we will also see the tree map. So we understand that the first thing is the people, the second one is this, and so on. You can see the analysis based on here. And lastly, in this tab, we can see the cluster analysis. Okay, so we can just scroll and see. So this is the cluster analysis. We can see that the connection and vision, and then as we go into the opportunity and achieving, this is the one of the analysis that able produced by the Nvivo. So I will like you guys to see this option here. For example, do you want to export this word cloud? You just have to right click here and then export the word cloud. So you're able to save this part. So you're able to save as PNG or whatever other format. So we go to desktop, we save the sample, we want it to save here, and then we give name to the cloud. So if everybody okay with this, And then we go to the explore back and we just close that part and then we go for the coding part. Here you can see when you go to the queries and then you click the coding part, you click here. This is what we see. So in this part, so coding is based on what we have manually done in previous project. So right now we want to identify the specific coding. For example, we go to the selected item here. I'm sorry, I will explain this part first. For this one, so from here, coded to our selected code or case. First, we can see the three buttons. So we click the three button. Here we want to see our code. So this is based on the sample data project. We're able to see the attitude. If you does not found this part, you can click the code here. And then for particular about the economy, because we are interested in the economy, for example, we want to identify for the code fishing and aquaculture. So we click here and then we okay. So basically we want to identify all that related with this code. So already able to find this part, just click 3, I will show again. So, and then this is some of the select project item, and then you click the code here, and then we want to identify the code basically specifically for this fishing and aquaculture. So we tick this one only and then we put OK. So if everybody able to find it and just like always just run the query. This is the reference, this is the summary, which is they have involved in the particular fishing and aquaculture that have related with this topic. So this is the reference So I will click this part reference. So in here, we can understand that this file, this one is show about the part that we wanted to find, which is the fishing or agriculture for the main topic of, or I'm sorry, for the subtopic, because this is subtopic from the economy. And then for the next step is text. This is based on Barbara, some of the sentence that is identified have related with the fishing and aquaculture. So PDF, we can see that some of the PDF also have related with the fishing and or aquaculture. So when we can see here, we can another more, we can see from the PDF, we can see the picture here. We click that picture. We can see also this picture also identified about the fishing, because this is have related, because this is what we have content that we have justified that this picture in which some of this angle have related with the topic fishing or agriculture, because when we have some of data, sometimes we have an image, because I just in the morning session we have identified this is image related to fishing, for example. So in this content also Nvivo able to identify if you click. Okay, I will explain back. So right now, okay, right now basically this is all the example data source that I have just mentioned. We have done in the early morning session. So we have from variety data source, for example, image, video, audio. We have some of that. We have identified the content. So this is the basically what we have identified. For example, just now morning the identify is, I say that the water is blue. For example, if I search some of the topic is related to the blue color, and then the image will come out. So basically, I'm using the sample project is from the overall data source. So example, you have some video that you have create the content, for example, have related in subtopic fishing that Nvivo have detect. So this all will come out. So basically, I will repeat back again to do this coding. Coding is, so basically we have the main topic and subtopic. So we want to identify here. So what we can do here, we can click these three button. Okay. For example, we just now have identified the subtopic for fishing and or aquaculture, but this time we want to see the agriculture, for example. So we click here. This is based on the code that we have created. So we have created manually, and we also have created the auto code. So here is just we want to identify the specific code, what our data source is related. So Nvivo able to identify it. So we just click OK for agriculture, and then we run the query. Here is the result. Show which particular file or image that we have relate with the agriculture subtopic. So we can see from the summary, we can see that Barbara have two reference, because we normally use the Barbara. This is the overall. For example, we have from the data PDF, image, for example, that we have put some memo or annotation. This subtopic will identify whether the file is related with this topic. So this is what we can see here lah. This is for the reference, which file they get, and then the text for Barbara have two. For example, related with agriculture is talk about this line, and then for the picture, this one, agriculture, and lastly, data. So basically, the result from here tab is depend on what data source we have put. For example, I have done for the social media. So if the social media have the content is have related with this subtopic agriculture, in this tab will be appear. So we can see here Barbara. For the Barbara file, so this paragraph is talk about agriculture. So that's why Barbara file have related with this subtopic. Yeah, so basically from the morning session that we have done is basically to do the identify and analysis. So that's why I'm using the sample data, the sample project, because it's really easier. We can see the overall complete. So I will give you some time to discover, and you can always choose another notes or coding here. Just click 3 notes here, and then you can just choose another. For example, you want to see the job and cost of living subtopic, which is the related. Okay, so we just click and just run the query, and then it's different based on what we choose for the main topic or subtopic. So specifically, we want to know job and cost of living here. This is the related data that able to give what is the job and cost of living. So I will give you some time to explore this coding part. So I'm not sure why that is, but I will show again how you want to click to do this query. You just need to click here and then identify subtopic or main topic. Here you want to see the related. So for example, you want to see the tourism. We just click the tourism here, and then we just click OK, and then nanti as we can just run the query. So this is one of the example the PDF file that talk about related with tourism. I hope everybody understand how to use the coding query. So basically, we will go for the next query, which is the metric coding query. So we just click the metric coding query here. But we just close this coding query. Or this metric coding query is about we want to see the relation between two, for example, we want to understand the gender and then the subcategory and the main category, for example, that coding nodes that we have created, for example, which particular gender, female or male, is talk about agriculture, for example. So we want to identify these two gender with our coding. For example, we want to understand for this gender, male and female, what usually they talk about. For example, so we can just do here. We can just plus here. Okay, if that the case, can you guys go to the explore? Okay, you go to the explore tab, and then in here queries, you can just click here to see from here. You are able to see the metric coding query here. So you have click the queries here to see the metric coding query. Still does not have in this listed. So if everybody able to find the matrix coding, explore matrix coding query. Okay, explore matrix coding query. Okay, if everybody able to do, okay, I will give you some time to find the matrix coding. Okay, and then we can continue here. If you see here, there is one part in the selected item. Select this part, and then if you extend the file here, and then you just click this for interview to select all of this interview file here, and then you just click OK. After that, you can see here the plus button here. You just click here and select item. So basically, after that, you just find the case classification, and then you extend for the person here until you can scroll down. You can see the gender. So you only tick the female and male because you want to identify female and male. What they talk about in that particular subtopic and main topic in our coding. So when we able to do this, we click OK. So here is the first thing you want to identify. If you cannot manage to get this part, I will show another one more time. So you just click this sign. So you just select item here, and then you will see this case classification. We click case classification, and then we extend the person, and we scroll down until we can see the gender, and then we extend the gender and we only click the female and male only. So I will click here. So if you have not managed to get the female and male, you just have to click OK. But for me, I have done it, so I just insert this part, and then you will have just like this, just same as me. And I will give you some moment if you have problem to get this gender. Okay, if everybody have the gender, so we just go here, and we will see also here for the column part. So we click here the price sign. So we click, and then we can see the select item. For this part, we need to see the code because we want to understand which particular main topic or subtopic that particular that the gender talk, female and male. So we want to see the economy, for example. So we click this four item because we want to understand which particular gender will we talk about more in the agriculture, fishing, job, and tourism. So we just click OK. I hope everybody can find this code. If you are not sure and you cannot get this part, I will show again. So you just go here and then select the item here. And then because we want to see about the code, so we just click the code, and we wanted to see the economy parts, but particularly in the subtopic agriculture, fishing, job and tourism. And then we click OK. So we have finished this, identify the gender and the subtopic we wanted to know. I hope everybody able to get this. And then after we have justified with what we are choose based on this, so we just run query here and wait for the result. So based on the understanding here, we can see that female talk more about agriculture than male. You can see here the comparison. And then we can see that for fishing or agriculture, we can see that stable for the female and male. Follow for the job and cost living, more talk, male more talk about this subtopic. And follow for the tourism. This is the summarize. Okay, and then we can able to see the chart. Okay, we can move it. Okay, can see this. So we give you some moment, you can try this, or you want to select another code, you want to see. Ya, boleh. Saya akan ulang balik. For this particular column, okay, you all score this part, and then we want to understand this part. Okay, we identify this sign, the plus sign, so we click here and then we go to the select item. This is where we want to see code that basically talk based on the gender. So we would like to see, for example, the natural environment. So we wanted to focus for water quality, for example, we can tick this part. And the landscape, for example, ecosystem service, or you want to select all of these subtopic also can just select this all, and then we can identify based on the gender which particular subtopic they more talk about. So if everybody okay in this part, and then we can click OK. If you do not manage yet, so basically from here, you just need to click the codes. Okay, we click the codes and then we identify which particular coding, for example, the main or the subtopic that we wanted to see. So we can just tick, and then we tick this part. After we wanted to see based on this subtopic, so we just click OK. After that, this thing will be able. For example, for just now, because we do the agriculture, so basically it will have here. If you don't want, you can just remove this by doing this. So we just remove this. We will just basically just what the current one that we take just now. So we don't want to see this. We just want to see the specific natural environment. So we just available this one. So if you suddenly don't want to see this part, you also can remove it. So don't worry. So if you sure about this is a part you want to understand for the subtopic, for example, for the coding part. So we just run the query here. So we just run. And then we can see for the ecosystem service, female more talk about this topic. And then we can see also environmental change, also male like to talk about this topic. And then this is also have the chart. We can see this. Because we can see this chart, we can directly see. Okay. We give you some time to explore. And if you want to remove some of this, you can only just click this. Remove selected item from here. And just, if you want to remove this environment change, you can just remove this. Okay. For the row part, okay, it just as the same. We click add item, okay, we select item, and then based from here, we have done the case classification as I have shown the early morning session. We able to create the column for gender, for age, for example. So we in this particular case classification, so we see for the person, in this person have the gender and age. So if you wanted to select the age, so you just extend here and then you're able to see the female and male. You just click here and you sure you want to understand that based on gender, what subtopic these two genders talk about. So we just click OK. And then the gender will be able here in this. Okay, I hope everybody can understand this part. So I will continue for the last query, which is the cross tab. So we go back to the explore.
Tak tahu sebab kalau Zoom dia
Okay, we go back for the explore and then we click here, we find the cross tab. Okay. So we just close for the matrix coding query here. So I hope everybody can find the cross tab here. For the cross tab here, for this particular code is for the coding part that we have see the economy, the sub-economy for such as agriculture. So based on that, first thing in here, we need to select item and then we go to file and then we need to extend here until we find the interview. So we just click OK because we wanted to use the interview file. So we just click OK. And for this now, we want to use the code. Okay, from here, I also wanted you to use the economy. So I wanted to use the agriculture, fishing, job, and tourism. So I just click OK because I wanted to use 4 subtopic. And then for this part, okay, we for the classification, this is true. We wanted to use the person. But for this part, we wanted to use the gender again. And the second attribute, we wanted to understand the age. So we wanted to use these 2 attributes here. So we have identified the code, and then we also identify the attribute we wanted to know based on the gender and the age. So then we can run the query here. So based on this, we can see that the analysis part for the age 30 to until 39 does not talk about agriculture, but during group for 40 to 49, you can see this analysis. It's just the same part. Okay, we can see this. This is for the chart also, we can see based on which category, female and their age, talk about this subtopic. Okay, we can always play around with this chart. Okay. I will give you some time to try this. So I hope everybody clear about the cross tab. Next, we will be see the so we close this cross tab first, and then we go to the visualization part. Ini tak lain. Okay, then we will go proceed for visualization. So we also use the explore tab here. Okay, we can see here this particular part maps have the project map, have the mind map, and the concept map. So we will go through for the mind map first. So we click this mind map in the tab explore. So we can see it's your map and then click mind map. So basically you just name it as a mind map. Okay. So we just click OK. Okay, from here, it is like we wanted to do the mind map. For example, we like to understand for the main topic that we want to use is the economy. Okay. After that, if you want to have some agriculture here, which is the child idea, so we click here. So it will produce the, and then we will name this as agriculture. This is useful for manual coding because you wanted to understand our main topic and subtopic. So if you use this chart visualization for this pipe, so we able to see lah our main topic and the subtopic we can plan here. So we have another more child idea, which is the job and cost living. Okay, and then we have another. When you want to have this sub, we just click economy and then we click child idea. Just like that, we come out another. And then we put here is fishing and aquaculture. Okay. And then economy, I have another part is so this is basically we wanted to plan our code. So in this here we can see when we click here, this diagram or mind map is organized nicely here. And if you don't like this, we can just click here. Like this. You can try to add another more. You can play and explore here. I will give you some time. If everybody okay with this map, and then we continue with another map, which is
confused Nvivo.
so we wanted to explore. We click the explore part. Okay, we click the explore part and then we go to the map and then we click for the concept map. For this part, we just name it as concept map. Okay, we just click OK here. So this part is have different things such as square, we have a rectangle, we have a circle. For example, you wanted to use a different shape to make the code. So this part, the second part is we want to economy. Okay, and then when we wanted to identify this part, we wanted to use the triangle. So this is the second environmental issue is the second main topic. So this is the first topic. So you can just yes, make it bigger. Okay. This is basically we wanted to do, and then when we go so if you wanted to connect with the economy and the environmental issues, so you just click here and then you just click here like this. And then when we just right click here, we able to change the direction for this arrow symmetrical. For example, we can able to edit. So we can say is related, for example. So economy related with the environmental issue. So we can also add on another shape. This is also basically used for to map for code. So this is more interested and this is will help if we wanted to do manual coding. So example, if you want to add project item here, you just click here. Okay, you can extend the file here and then we go to the interview. So we wanted to say that environmental in this audio and this video and from the child list is related from the environmental issue. So you just click here. And from this file you can, yes, from this you can just directly identify which file is related to this topic. So we wanted to delete, so we delete it. So this is how we are planning to identify this particular part is related with the environment. For the next part, we can go for the explore part here, and then we go map here, and then we choose the project map. So we just give the name as a project map. Okay, this is the first thing we can do is we need from the project map here. I hope everybody can find the add project item here. So you just click here. Okay, this will pop up. So we extend the file. So we wanted to use the interview file, so we just check this part. So it will check overall of this file. And then we just click OK. So all of this file we wanted to use have here. And then we can also see also link because we say that Helen is related with this part. Okay, we just click save, yes. Okay, for next one is I hope everybody can able do this first. I will give some time. So we will proceed. We add project item here. Okay, we wanted to see.
Tak apa.
So there is another way you wanted to see the notes. So you can just show the associated in under the project map here, and then we click the show associated items, and then we can see this item code, and then we go for the code. As we can see here, economy, for example, we wanted to see this file is whether it's have related in the agriculture, we just drag and directly it will show the connection line here. So if we drag another more subtopic under the economy, so we can drag wage, we can drag job, we can drag tourism, for example, natural. Yes, we can drag all these things. We can see that have some link here. So right now you can see this is like a mess, but if you go here, you access, you click here, and then you see the layout here, and then this is the design that you were able to click. For example, click this part, then it will manage all your data into nice look and it's more understanding. You can see that job and cost of living is related with Susan, and then this is particularly lah. You can identify. You can choose two or more of these subtopic. You wanted to see the related based on this visualization. You can try to drag another more to see the related based on the file. You can also see the also link because this is what we have created. So basically, this is what the features and what Nvivo able to do, and this is the process that we have go through, and that's all for today training. I have shown to you regarding what ability Nvivo can do from the data import, have a variety, such as we can import from the PDF, words, video, image, social media. Yes, can share this slide. So basically, if you have anything problem, you can just contact us tech support at stackworks.com. And then you wanted to upgrade or you wanted to buy another Nvivo, you can always contact sales at stackworks.com or directly to our salesperson Kumar at stackworks.com. I hope do you understand what I have show you for you today. Welcome everyone, and thank you also for joining this training. Sorry if have any technical problem during starting, because suddenly we use the Nvivo 12 and then we use the new Nvivo. Okay, thank you everyone. See you again.